该连上了。那今天就要开始探风单啦。
Add astro.
先从海陆港开始。我以为这个人可以对话。Hello， 礼物。那他的女孩还有不同的部落，每个部落都有不同的规矩，想办法融入。为了爱，你也只能上。这里有一对在看海的情侣吗？到我这里原来是绕一圈的。这里有另一对情侣，看起来在吵架，可怜了。好，警卫官，关于你自己。他这边会有他们的专属定律。很玄的东西，但我宁愿信其有。但我相信，但不必想得太深。这个 ID。有点可惜的是，就算带五郎也不能跟狗对话。为什么你在叹气呢？我认知有点困难。检查货物，原来你是安检。哦，原来是好女孩，这是好女孩。 我很爱他，他的嗅觉非常灵敏。工作起来不知疲倦，拆家起来也不知疲倦。谢谢你之前送的魔术口袋，不管预言是不是真的，他都很方便。哦，就算不是为了搬家，也可以避免被狗弄坏。那这点倒是挺不错的。哎，漏水姿势100。那你就坐在这。这位小姐不能对话，你们倒是有一个可以对话的同啊。意为来临。你好，今天风平浪静，故事也不多，但不影响其他。关于故事，沙漠和雨林那边来的喜欢读书的人，很多人第一次见到美露星都很喜欢找我聊天，说大家的福他可以知道水域之外的故事，这倒是挺不错的。按照纳维莱特的说法，是和海洋非常有着密切关系的森林。为什么是纳维莱特的说法？没关系，我帮你记录下来。哦，你们能感知到海洋的动态。哦，你是最能感知的那个。关于深海，其实我也不知道我认知的海洋深度跟人类是否一致。对大多数人类来说，潜水是件困难的事情，还需要经过训练。你会潜水吗？不会也没关系，这是我从海底带来与你分享。哎，谢谢，但是你有点太晚给我了。来到楼上，楼上只有电梯可以搭了。我虽然我可以慢慢搭电梯上去，可是这实在是有点太长了，所以我们就欧格兰吧。哎，我到楼上，先从神像这边的开始。就是一个美露星跟一位离月人，小仙人。不是，电梯很长呢。被当作仙人很厉害。也有几百岁了，是这样念吗？表演很标准，友善的交流。对，2位不能对话。这一位是我们之前送过口袋的船。我这辈子有可能航行到世界尽头，岸之外海你还是不要想。你和大副还没有准备好，但你希望走得更远。伟大的航道。关于预言， 他比较注重于现在的生活。哦，交给长生的生命去处理吧。哦，这里有古堡吧？有8种变形模式的发条玩具，还是没有整人工人的盒子。我不太建议后面那个。你为什么不考虑香水或是表钟这类的东西呢？那种东西只有一个功能。你看这发条玩具，它还变成巡轨船，多帅啊！如果它不能变形成盾牌的话，我建议你买一点香水吧。金罗水下工作室价格低至每分钟3万摩拉，好贵！最好的潜水员菲米尼都没有那么贵。直绿艇有点像天领风行的感觉。装有大量摩拉。之前，对不起，本人不应该未经允许触摸美露心，并进行观察、记录、投喂等一系列冒犯行为，请大家引以为戒。美露心是枫丹的一份子，并非宠物或模型，尊重美露心的个人权利与种族习俗。哎呀。枫丹语言，冒险家自称你穿这样，你是摄影师吗？虽然擅长摄影，但更倾向称呼冒险家。的猫，这一只吗？有点想把它抓走，好坏。谢里埃先生，这位。就算没有我做到，原来你是导游。哦，还给了我面包。常务官，想要聊天吗？哎呀，不知道，不知道要从哪里选。但至少是安全。如果被拍到枫丹科学院，那就把已经不是在陆地上了，我的妈！克莱门丁线从海陆港通往枫丹亭的起点。一些小知识。 艾贝尔。这么说来，你是是什么呢？你也不知道。诞生只有400年的时间。厄里纳斯的洞窟，所以是纳维莱特。原来如此。据说有研究天上飞的船，那还真是不得了。你在天上飞船，晕船的客人会很危险。我上次都这边，我坐另一边。
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent Court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation. Speaking of Fontaine, you may have heard of the unique trials held in our courts, and presume this nation to be a very serious and solemn place. In reality, Fontaine is also a center of culinary and artistic delights, full of fine architecture, music, paintings, and delicacies, each of which are well worth experiencing for yourself. Why is architecture first in this list, you might ask? For good reason. Because for any new passengers, you'll get your very first look at the splendor of the Court of Fontaine towards the end of this tour. So keep your eyes peeled and prepare to gasp with amazement when the moment comes. Passengers, the Aquabus is now arriving at Poisson Tunnel. Though much of Fontaine is covered by water, there are also beautiful mountains and forests here. Mont Alton Key is one of our most iconic peaks. Lots of adventurers enjoy camping on its summit. I heartily recommend the experience to all visitors. With that said, visitors should also pay attention to personal safety and hire some locals or Clockwork Mecca as bodyguards.
这里是秋分山。哦，昨天抓到那种鸟类多了，上次要刷一直没抓到。
The boat is now entering Poisson Tunnel. Everyone should now be able to see the light from the Aquabus more clearly. Beautiful, isn't it? It's very different from the fluorescent materials used in Sumeru, or the torches used in other countries. These are Fontaine-exclusive nightlights powered by indemnitium. Of course, indemnitium isn't just for such trivial uses as lighting. Indemnitium is a power source, capable not only of powering this tiny boat, but also meeting the daily energy demands of an entire city. Plus, it's completely safe. You'll have the chance to learn more about this amazing power source once you reach the Court of Fontaine. passengers. Just to the outside of the track, there's a towering building. That's blocking your view. Behind it, you'll find the pride of the people of Fontaine, the Opera Epiclese. The Opera House is the highest court where Fontaine holds its trials, so it's no exaggeration to say that it's one of the most important buildings in the nation. Of course, normal artistic performances are staged there too, but those can sometimes be a bit too avant-garde and confusing. Trials are much more interesting because Monsieur Nouvellette will always be present. I really want to ditch work right now and go watch a trial. No, bad Evil. You're a model tour guide. How can you think about doing something so irresponsible? Okay, listen up! We'll be arriving shortly at the final destination of this tour, the Court of Fontaine. Please remember to bring your personal belongings with you and mind the gap between the deck and platform as you disembark. I've heard that in some nations, the locals will make special hand gestures to convey their best wishes to the passengers. But we Melusines don't have any traditions like that. However, some Melusines will doff their hats in the direction of Elinas. Or if they don't have a hat, they'll show their regards with their eyes. I hope to see you next time!
Okay. 水稻营道园。心脏莫芒。隶属于竹雨亭的刑侦专员。就连导游也不意外。卡雷斯县、克莱门丁县跟以及纳维县，为什么名字都这么的眼熟呢？都很有意义，分别是取自赤玫会的会长与他的妻女。哦，原来是这样哦。
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
对，克莱门汀应该就是纳维亚的妈妈。可是我们好像没有看到克莱门的招牌。哥的衣服还不错。
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
先到1楼。这是水手勒芒德，以及排船。开巡轨船的话，哦，你喜欢水道交通，有点像喜欢火车的那个感觉，听起来蛮厉害的。水道爱好者行列，在欣赏巡轨船，千万不能做出侵扰水道航线的正常运作行为。还有，秩序，确实还蛮适合的。哦，这是水道检修员，这叫普吕尼埃吗？尼亚水道，据我所知没有，还没有，没有，听起来有点不吉利，不过没事就好。看不见的裂痕，哎呀，确实。还有一个麻烦就是乱拿工具的人。附近不是一直有穿便服的美露星？这位？这位。唱我人数比起来我还要多。什么人数？戴帽子的人数。哦。真细心，细心是你必备的。你是来自竹影亭。这里有一个爸爸跟小孩，他叫什么？特，然后跟特马尔。金泉镇那边的传说，枫丹就是水精灵们的家乡，对了吗？他们是蒙德人，没错。完蛋了。
Let's keep looking. I'll help you find them.
难找一辈子吧。Hello， 水道询问员。南体，你可以推荐一些热门景点。蒸汽鸟报社可以买一份报纸，说不定还会有采访。如果你对时尚感兴趣的话，可以去纳博内区的达莫维百货、香水店跟服装店。好多刚下船的人就跑去。伊犁耶岛，做海陆港。哦，就这样。你的工作请写。好了，再往上吧。第3层。这个时间我顺便记个记录。我要帮美露星做个记录，都这样有点多。
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
现在搜寻轨 这里还真的是什么都没有。那我们就到顶楼吧。关铁道，对啊，就是有蛮多知名喜欢那个列车的吧，像以前有那个最早最久远的列车要退休的时候，不是还蛮多人会去月台那边拍照等吗？我记得以前有这个新闻吧。我自己对我自己对那个火车铁轨最印象深刻的，好像是日本下雪的时候吧，然后列车就这样开过去，然后那个雪就全部堆积在铁道上，然后它就跟着列车驶来的方向，全部都打到人那个月台上面。
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now.
然后最后拍摄者就被雪淹没了。真是个难题。你是也看起来一脸忧愁。妒忌人，没有，他只是被雪淹没了，不然他那个影片怎么上传？哦，所以你就是书记的写流程的那一位。布吕诺社会服务，这里是弗妮娜住所。你有拿到了是不是？你不用担心，我还不会跟你讲话。利亚斯，天气真好，巡逻享受天气。OK， 书记助理，你跟关于防卫事务。哦。先把直率点标记，不知道直率点在哪里。直率点，定位机关，背对员。哦。无法处理的会交给科学队或历史直属高审判官。原来它是属于对，还是独立机构？好。欢迎特勤队、精锐部队、精锐组织。 这个是新发型，最初只有人类。你一定很喜欢美露西。不允许任何人有非分之想，听到了吗？有不受控制的人们。可以吧？不能进，因为警卫、两盏灯、花瓶不能对话，还是人，还是楼梯，描述这里不能进。虽然你看起来很痛苦，但我拒绝跟你对话。副律官，我只是看看，原来只是参观的客人，我以为是办公的市民，所以人们很喜欢找你问路。哎呀，辛苦你了。
These newcomers are full of enthusiasm.
你也是副律官，来，我来问你。更喜欢之前宣传部的工作。我们应该在莫王宫门口建一尊最高审判长的半身像，好像嫌办公所的外来人士不够多事。工作的重点，对伎俩的感知。哦。有点像是英寸那种东西，英寸换算那个。你举个例子而已，不要乱写。在这只是例子，但你的工作大概是长这个样子。还坐在这里，我就相当于在这工作了。可以进来。我记得之前主线再来找他的时候，这边是不能进。哦，你还要动哎，要留声机。哎呀，换位。他打字。看起来好像没什么东西可以收过，不是。我看到亮亮的了。哎，哎，例如哪些房间？如果你好奇的话，还是不要知道比较好。在旁边，这说不定大家也都不知道。 这不是大家也都知道。因为他住在顶楼。关于那位来自吧，档期不能说档期，应该说行程。可以试着从顶楼往下跳。现在已经在梅洛彼得堡认真工作了。
The food in the cafeteria is excellent, if you're lucky enough to make it in.
公文件。既然你说从顶楼跳下来可以直通水神的房间，那我还不冲一波？哎，我看看，这样应该是不好爬的，但是还是看这一栋。我思考一下，我现在后悔来这。我思考，凡事都要先尝试。反正顶多就是跟公子一起关而已。上来，这边还有卷卷的问题。哎，我们到了第一场这里，但很明显的应该还不是这里。没关系，我们就再往。等一下，他们居然有水，竟然有水神童。感觉先坐下来吧。哎，就停在这个角落，这角落应该可以回家。这边看起来没有。OK， 我上来了，要怎么下去？所以要怎么进去？难有些点，哎，看看，我在口袋毛线，看没有？这边，
Unnecessary.
确认。这边看就可以。所以那个从顶楼跳下来的大哥到底是？由此可知，对的防卫系统还有待加强。我们这里应该就是卡雷斯县妙尼，到处看看，可以加入你们，欢迎这里实验。有一次拿回来车站，就站在你旁边一起看海，然后后面人越来越多。海上是发生了什么事吗？等一下要吃什么好呢？哎呀，谢谢。哎，你是蒸汽鸟报，所以你是。君姐真是好脾气，陪他胡闹。通缉犯，简单来说，案子是这样：那位先生用撬棍绊倒了一只小偷，小偷偷走了个钱包，钱包里有失主拍摄的画片，画片正好拍摄到了一个逃通缉犯，不逃通缉犯，就这样一个从天而降的证据，让直律庭抓到了一个逃犯，犯人已经被送进梅洛彼得堡，不是随便就能采访到对象，而表面上故事实际上也没什么可挖深的。瓦莱应该很清楚，不过这个月的加印名额已经被夏洛蒂给抢了。哎呀，还有加印的名额。勋爵是荣誉市民。最高一级是公爵吧
？It really wasn't as complicated
Monsieur
as you're
Nouvelle,
making out.
please. There's no need to be so modest.
拿起一根撬棍过去，这样反复询问也是蛮累人。
I guess they'll just have to agree to disagree.
审计官，你看起来也很忧愁。好久没那么开心的。哎呀，还送我玫瑰呀！那我正好缺呢。好开心。好踏实。 手你们就可以坐这么近？哎呦，都这么可怜，坐在旁边。
Squall and Fury. The wind rises. Too slow.因为要往楼下往叫什么？不能再商量吗？这个数字不能再逆耳。只请请假。你想要发起决斗的对象其实是你的表亲。亲属纠纷是很难办，要是你请不久，那我不如你再想想。彩色领。就是就是冒险家奥菲利亚跟桑塔里。你才能，你是很厉害吗？我们是不是很相似？命运相反的人，要不要去喝杯茶？原来是被拒绝了，可怜的家伙。服装设计师，还要签字这个名字。签字，早期来的服装设计。对自己很严苛，它后面有好多乐器。
好好收集灵感。唯有那些被彻底遗忘之物，才是崭新之物。在遗忘与复兴之间。
An antique's value is in the eye of the beholder.
这是钟表师，好想偷怕。关于钟表，蜜蜂丹，舞女之泪。卡龙也算是很有担当的，不让手艺失传，也没有冒险精神，所以就发条工。找到玩具鸟，大致发条任务应有尽有。发条任务对话可能会有点吵。然后发条嘛，会吹喇叭的发条碰碰手，原地摇摆的发条企鹅。哦，那有企鹅？你这么问我，其实不是很确定。都是一个非迷你的年轻人寄售在这。原来是非迷你做的，好想要，好想要一只哦。
I heard down the grapevine that Chioria Boutique just got some new fabrics in.
I've already put in my order.
So hard to
They
pick
really are.
连狗都有办。你什么时候出现的？好像还不够厉害。在挑礼物吗？好久没回枫丹了。那我要多厉害？机械警卫。枫丹科学院没有爆炸的话，反重力沙漏。欢迎悬浮巡回船，但是那就不需要水道了。果然你是和卡雷斯有一些交情的人。可以，这个好像就是之前有人把那个灵华摆在中间拍照的，消息灵通。特洛代、格雷西亚、艾梅莉埃小姐好像应该是之后会出的角色吧，有可能是空降。你家那位审判官。哎呀，还不能停。泰洛夫，关于坚持之物，反抗与革新的元素。你是不是？我猜它是风属性的。
or tailoring services.
是卖宝石跟首饰的。阴正之意。有广告版。双子星为你揭秘。哦，这里是波达。阿朗戴沙龙。真的会出事，没有人关心吗？关心什么？东单的水域污染问题。先进入饭店里。1亿元。旁边有狗狗。心情不好。谢谢你的问候。搭档和歌坛不都是？你不要这么小气吧。原来是为态度感到生气吗？戏剧化的事，原来如此。
也有反戏剧化的看的。交代，今天天气不错，需要什么帮忙？关于演出，林尼跟林尼特的魔术秀。说起来，他们的 TV 应该是在这边拍的。林尼的。
If you want tea or water, just help yourselves.
攻打。动出去了。桑格内蒂有什么推荐的吗？可以看搭配出自伊里耶岛出产的西斯加和欧纳拉混酿的红葡萄酒。这后面这是酒吗？的确如此。年份最久最贵的酒是哪种？直接拿来，这句话已经听过多少次了？只有瓦纳格姆才能笑脸迎人。我没有看到瓦纳格姆，还是还没到他上班。在家里。关于餐具，有同感，对吧？没有办法，他这样子，哎呀，咦，又一个哦，原来是双胞胎啊。很大圆桌位，所以感觉就很适合之后的聚会。哦，原来是老板。很了不起。祝您用参与，你也给太多了吧？这是洛达蒙特跟雷诺的。你们俩在干嘛？打谜语？哎，蒸汽鸟报记者跟纪尧母，或者他们一起大声吼叫。你这报社负责房地产的版面。你们沙龙这么认真吗？
The Palais Mamonia's idea of crisis.
危机意识里面看起来挺忙，这就是问题所在。
你还在特训队的时候，转入副律警，取优为原则，而且并不在意过往。就算是罪人之子，只要是足够实力，都可以加入。装备机关装备率是整个警备队最低。如果用现任队长夏普雷小姐说的话，警卫机关只会挡住我们出膛的子弹。你很在意那个预言吗？你比其他枫丹人更有危机意识，要么是乐观，要么是蠢蛋。蒸汽鸟先生、亚瑟先生。裙带关系，我不知道你在打听什么，但黑手党在枫丹是不准。号外，柔登港水路航线即将动工，预计在10年内开放。谍报传奇决斗代理人不败纪录的生涯第30年终结。去世了。原来你是会讲话的，公告版。罗尔哈家族长大禹跟教父。原枫丹动能工程学再度裁撤20个冗余部门，重建进度30年，太久了。关于人生百态，这也算刑罚，看一下落地，还有惹上什么麻烦了？并没有。感觉我从这边走下去就还蛮容易触发剧情，有点危险。诺尔。警卫机械虽然是机械，但也不能准。你更像是机械师，还蛮轻松的。自由摄影师跟萨， 对不对？这不合理。如果要收费，一开始就要告诉客人吧，拍完才收费。但留影也是要成本，机械跟画片都要花钱，这是天经地义的事情。像我们北国银行，我们都需要再三确认，你们真的。这里不是北国银行，客人换其他人也都有付钱啊。不是钱的问题。这个机械到底？是美国，就是看夜景。停不下来的雕像。你以前是决斗代理人。红彩香水，在雇主被奇怪的人上门威胁时挺身而出。卡布里埃商会也太，他们是奸商，我的所有旅费都被他们骗走，千万不要相信他们。你这个蒸汽鸟会喷火吗？但是没有的，嘴巴能发出激光吗？不行，因为我们也没有设计这个功能。再打扰我全打飞你！有时候蒲公英酒，那你送10箱蒲公英酒到美洛彼得堡来吧。抱歉，我们不提供配送服务。奔波是最终解释归最终选选归本店所有，没有规定，并不包配送，并不包括在奔波的范围内。57万摩拉一瓶。优秀的笔记，你只是个调香师。哇塞，那他们还不把这个给拔下来？博蒙特工坊，比某科学院更好，半个提瓦特里，相对特殊，还真是懂改。家伙，你好像买太多了，冲动消费了吗？还可不是吗？你很有商业头脑。哦，你就是卡布里埃商的店员。关于香水，加上据说2个字就可以解决吗？ 你认识很多人吗？不包括监狱。这里有卖风塔。哦，这个最高。
Being skilled at something doesn't happen.
I need to get out more.
你看起来不怎么好。美心，为什么不是水神在上，也不是那个，而是最高审判官在上？哎，小个子的生活好难，你还好吗？一格文那样的身体就好，或者吃下去睡下，请不要跳海。哦，随性。他是我们同伴，但长得像人类。西格文。啊，是那个。他的衣物是喝茶。恐怖嘞！你怎么了？你在说什么？过滤管。咖啡才是生命之源。 留言板。不如让他们问问万能的浴室裁定书。玉腿先生已经好久没来这家咖啡厅，你说老货了，然后他已经被逮捕了。看来行为艺术在红灯是行不通的，说不定被审判也是行为艺术的一部分。哦。谢谢，但还是算了，你是非常理智的。你写的时候说的比跟美露心的笑容一样。可是我看不出来美露心在笑啊，怎么办？我没有发现，这是另一间服装店，幼儿园园。来回，想买新鲜蔬果吗？哦，原来你有卖这个！哇塞，连国外都有。真的吗？鸿蒙的进口，哦，真的耶，你会给洛洛美？欧人。
Hey, isn't that Charlotte?
哦，遇到了。
We're always running into her. What's she doing this time?
好吧。
Oh, looks like street interviews. Paimon has a funny feeling that we might be in for an interesting time if we go check it out, shall we?
遇到都遇到了，跟这3个小子对话完就过去了。你家火炉里的火最近烧得很蛮旺的吧？你家的天平最近动得很勤是吧？但是火苗跳到了。他们在干嘛？哦，这是他们占据的地方。夏里，心情不错。这样不好。
I see. So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here. Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he re-emerged now, and what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted? Aww. But Paimon doesn't want to get kidnapped. Well, he'd have to go through you first. You would stop him, right?
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance.
人出现。
Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Linny!
Magic, magician, Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Linny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go. No time for delay.
Just what will we come across this time?
Hmm, 真的有这么好吃？
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
这个人居然叫大卫。
Oh, it's simple. Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hey, Linny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand, let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Linny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Huh. What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Linny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see! It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
So, Linny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
你讲话也太大声了吧。其实我觉得还蛮算是那个反射性反应的，就是问说怎么做到的，但其实大部分人都不会告诉你。
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
离别的镇，这个墓园会不会有点太远？太远了吧？
The wind rises.
怎么这么多人？
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
I'll wait for you here and see if Gemma shows up.
A
lot of people here today, huh?
Same thoughts here. What's going on?
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiancée? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot?
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often, she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day. A lot of people find cemeteries bleak and oppressive, but not me. I find the silence gives me a sense of peace, and something about being in the presence of the dead and buried sort of puts all of life's woes in perspective.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay. Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Gemma's hurt, you say? Now that you mention it, I did see her getting into a heated argument a while back. Maybe someone who hates Caesar was taking it out on her. People can be unbelievable sometimes.
Oh, Caesar. Were you or weren't you the Phantom Weasel?
A lot of people I find the silence.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan. Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
我们不会到时候还要看人家心情吧？不会吧？
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Linny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head-on.
Hi.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on! You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
哦，别跟我说他最后是喜欢家嘛？哦，天哪！
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
哎呦，就行。
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him. You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I say way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg!
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions, or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
也不讲，我还以为是刺美会的人。你们去城外有必要离歌剧院这么近吗？
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Linny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today?
没八脸帕奇诺。
Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
你怎么马上躲到后面去？
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
粉刷匠德尼鲁。
Looks like we can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got this!
Now disappear!
等一下，这个林里，但我只知道，我就想说为什么会多一个。
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who? You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit, but stay sharp too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
有甜点能量加分吗？
With me here, nothing will happen.
哦，突然变了个模式。
Whatever you do, please be careful. If anything happens to you because you're investigating Caesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
灰盒在底下。哦，对，那段才会叫灰盒往事。原来是这样。
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first. There we go. It should be just down here.
Sure.
对。
You want me on your team?
What shall we do?
那反正第5个一定会是你们。哇，这猫还冒3命，实在是太过分了。这个试用太过分了。老样子，真的是他们官方不管3721都是在重视。 这边墙可以破。
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further.
这叫普通的道具。
What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
这个还蛮可爱的。
Adventure time! I'm going in!
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing. There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
想要一只小小的鸽子，想要超级帅气的机器人。备注：饲养宠物需要得到父母的同意，并且细心照顾。这次塞萨尔叔叔为你准备了一只毛绒玩具鸽子，如果你做好准备，下次我会变真的鸽子给你。吃不完的炸鸡块，想要一个新的书包。世界上没有吃不完的炸鸡块，就像没有长不大的孩子。因为吃太多油炸食品对身体不好，记得配一些沙拉鸡的嘛。懂。这个门还蛮酷的，家里能装一个吗？
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Oh, what?
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Oh, 我答对了，真的是发亮的那个。然后再看到，有宝箱，也没有宝箱。
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... And...
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Stabilize!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Let's get this show on the road! And voila!
你都快升到地面了。
It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
The placement of this device inside. If I remember correctly...
好了。你看还有第二层。哦，不是，变成一个帽子怎么样？
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see! Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes! He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table? This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat? Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down. It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
我都开始在怀疑，因为我事先看过林妮的，就是我已经解到他的好感事了，所以我已经看到他不少的故事了，看起来很像，就是他们两个，10年前嘛，也刚好对得上。
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny!
Hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking. The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall, not without a vision at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
可是你本来就飘着。
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed. Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left. Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
怎么这句台词来的这么适合？最讨厌这种直觉敏锐的小孩。
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her?
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst!
他们不是才被打过一次吗？
Solidify.
Step right up. Here comes the finale.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had. He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way, that the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
Lily has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point! We should go tell Gemma the good news right away! It'll give her some peace of mind for sure!
不是啊，你们不是有要讲的事情吗？我怎么就这样忘了？哎。
Oh, it's...
Ah, you're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
已经是第三份。
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but I...
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious. But I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly, thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. And to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show. Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not. Linny changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well, guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
I've spoken many choice words about Caesar over the years. I'm so ashamed of myself now. He was such a good man.
I can't believe Lorenzo was intimidating Gemma all this time. He comes around here sometimes. Not to clean Caesar's grave, though. He just stands off to the side and watches Gemma from a distance. She must have known, but she never asked him to leave. I wonder why that is.
It may take some time, but Caesar's reputation will be restored now that the real culprit has been captured. Looks like Gemma chose a good man after all.
我要速秀的话，那我现在在等。刚说几点？几点？好。这边远远可以看到万东。就没什么比这里更可怕。这时候停太多。
Not this time. My brother's going solo today. So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Wow! A new trick!
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute! Actually, now that you mention it, Linny's done that one before.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what? The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Linny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
下楼退。下楼梯了，动就。
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Linny, don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now, all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me, even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly ragdolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right! What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light!
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now, and I guarantee you.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Linny to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Lenny, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Like Linny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Linny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
All right. Well, let's go and watch Linny's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
Magicians are not like thieves. Thieves only tear things apart. But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
What is my truth? Sometimes I think I'm like a gambling addict. All I care about is winning, and it doesn't matter what's at stake. By the time I come to my senses, I'm left with nothing. Oh, if I had my time again.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished, right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Whew. Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale. Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual haunt. But, where is that? Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Linny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward. Alright, let's go look for him there.
"没人，只剩一大堆花。
Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him. I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Lenny.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Yeah, cheer up, Lenny. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the Traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me, and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Winnie, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2...
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see. Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose. But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Linny, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please!
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back now, too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Linny and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
好，看日。这样分到。
A reward on the road.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Linny, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Too late, bro. That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Linny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
想骗过记者可没那么简单的。
Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon. Guess what? Linny started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
陷入危机，好惨哦。
No, I just,
What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
终于跑完。开始解每日之前，我先去弄个东西好。哎。
哦，回来了。OK， 有感觉。
Squall Fury. Too slow. Behold. Squall Fury. Quit following me. Fun him. Behold. Now disappear! Squall Fury! Let's get this show on the road! Behold! The wind rises. Squall Fury. Yeah. And voila! Behold! The wind rises. Quit following me. Squall Fury.
here! Surprise!
为什么你会需要这个
？Add Astro. Thank you for.
因为你很久没有这么苦过，为什么他会需要这个材料？没道理啊！你们离这么远。
This realm is. If you ever...
我还没有打过这里，我怕水元素反应会比较。
All is accounted for. Let's move out. Step on up. Hold the line.
Another test.
Let the magic be.
The wind rises. You're dead. How amusing. Know your place.
Here comes the finale.
Suffocate.
Over here.
The wrong test subject. They choose the wrong test subject.
Step on up.
A round of applause.
Behold. You dare to gaze upon me?
another tender.
Covenants of the deep. Be amazed.
Stay calm, step up. That's far enough. Squall and fury.
Hold the line.
And voila!
Over here.
The wind rises. Know your place. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up.
Allow me. Surprise.
No escape.
Squall and fury.
Prepare yourself.
Now disappear.
Can't run from death.
OK，先打到这儿，继续去探索大家的生活。中途被我怎么掉下来？哦，没有对，这边大部分都不能对。原来这里叫灰河。
Behold.
大家不都晚上回到家才发现早上忘记带钥匙？他身上有刺没？你好，你甚至不愿意对我叫一声。沉默是不因为不满吗？想让你发出叫声太过失礼了。好吧，那我请求你能原谅。了不起，你赢得了我的尊敬。你好，这张没办法说话。你真的是普通的呆猫龟，所以我就不该有所期待。没有期待就没有失望，对吧？这的确是一个讲不明道理。为什么你会在这？你也不知道吗？就像我也不知道我为何自己在此。也许我该离开了，对吗？我好像剩一个对话还没有点。 你是法师姐，我以为是老熟人，老熟人认不出你。哎呦，鱼哥，吕塞尔。所以新工作室做了，好吧，这种创新精神。哎，你居然会送！原版发一次是可以50姆拉。改头换面工作室，来点，你别忘了规矩，你想连回合都混不下去吗？代理。街头代理，如何跳脱法律秩序？以前是选水手，利赛德，抱歉，本来不是这里的，记得。就在我一开始没有意识到，原来这个就是主办国。哈雷坦，医生，教练院，
If there's anything you need.
听起来很好吃。好枪法，有人敢在这里闹事，就只好请他去大海生活，好可怕。
好，来点，听起来就超危险。就是维吕跟奥雷的，好大的锅。回合也逛过了的话，剩下是歌剧院跟乖乖搭个航线下来。我去看个东西。
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you? I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure. So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off.
OK， 我要吃东西，所以我会关麦，然后 Live 2D 也不会动。
And voila!
“这是个好问题，应该是宵夜吧。
Hello, passengers. I am your tour guide for this trip, Alfan. We are now heading to Erinias. Many people are tried there and sent to the fortress of Meripede. But passengers needn't worry. Life in the fortress of Meripede may be a good thing for certain groups of people. The construction of Clockwork Mecha has no restrictions outside of patent law. Other than the Fontaine Research Institute, many private workshops are engaged in researching and building all kinds of Clockwork Mecha. Some people will modify existing models, and other criminals will use Clockwork Mecha for theft, robbery, surveillance, and illegal exploration, among other activities. If you encounter such a situation, please report it to the nearest Maréchaussée personnel immediately. We are now arriving at Marcotte Station, where this journey ends. Any passengers interested in taking a commemorative photo of their Aquabus journey are advised to do so at the Court of Fontaine Station on the Clementine line. This is because the atmosphere there is much livelier. Plus, my diligent colleague Aval keeps her boat in a much cleaner, photo-ready condition. And also, my Malazine hands struggle with holding cameras.
Don't you think I'll be too old for that by the time you're grown up?
I wonder where humans come from.
The more data samples, the better. The more data samples, the better.
I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.
The more data samples, the better. The more data samples, the better.
OK， 好了，短喽。
Who else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina?
哇，迷妹， 你的职业生涯不会就这么回吧？需要帮忙吗？他真的只是安慰你几句。怎么好常收到同样的评语，都是我们跟哈维莱特一样。有学者。我拿到普通的大鱼。这条路怎么到一半就截断？真的是截断。这样是不是就不吃早？不好说，说不定我等一下要肚子饿了。或者削颗苹果或梨子来吃也可以。你喜欢魔术吗？这个喷泉太可怕了！有人发现在这底下可以听到人在讲话。不然很小声。
Oh, Hydro Archon, bless our child with health and wisdom.
I prefer magic personally.
That's all well and good, but I just want our child to grow up safe and sound.
刚刚有细微的哭声。那有兴趣的话，可以自己过来这边听听看，每个语言版本都有。
Welcome to the Opera Epicles.
这里的人居然很一般的知道神的名。创立者是水之神，这是佛卡洛斯草，台北。 几百年间一直是如此。谢谢你告诉我们。电影充分的告诉我们，他不是人类。这个地方实在是有点恐怖，实在。应该说是一条不知所以的道路。虽然我看到有一个人从另一个角度拍，它很像古早时期的断头台的，啪。不愧是美露。他如果把其中一个音律藏在这个地方，我觉得我可能一辈子都找不到它。居然有关节。重点居然是这个机器吗？我卡洛斯是坐在哪里？这应该是弗妮娜，她当时的位置坐在哪里呀？这上面？走上去。往走这边。
The wind rises. Too slow.
哦，我知道在那里。啊呵，这个是要怎么上去？对，都不能。他没有正常一点路径。
Squall and Fury.
那最快的方法就是想办法偷渡上去了。这个位置应该是
ready for a rehearsal?
Quake!
这是有点远，或者说我应该先到这方面。
Brace yourselves.
这边都是不能，再确认一次。在这边大部分都不能，所以再高一点。我在想，还有正常的前往方式。这里看起来没有通往在上面那一层的路走上去的。谁在？你是走上去的？就这个位置。
Rise! Behold!
Sounds good to me.
Quake!
Here we go.
Follow the wind.
好的。看一下有什么办法可以。抓被动。
Some in-the-field research?
好，突然想到好像还有一个方法，我觉得不太很成。
Something's come up?
Hey!
What?
Brace yourselves.
Come into being!
我怎么看到有人可以上去的？到底我无法理解。
Quit following me! Quit follow Squall and Fury!
可能过程在演出。最早来说，应该还有一个3楼的路线。已经搞太久，有点影响。
Time for afternoon tea.
这里地方逛完了，那剩下就是白。
整。老板的朋友，最近镇上还好。你看到这种东西，脑波就很弱。
Quit following me. Too slow.
工程，伊维特，你好。
Watch where you're going. You get hit by my wrench. It's your own darn fault. 这是海草。
Too slow.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna.
Quit following me.
好多人。
Too slow. Quit following me. Quit following me.
手机上车对付。那算了，还是讲一次吧。渔民，梅丽莎， 哦，这位就是埃及。人资源可真万能，哎，有保证。
Unnecessary.
桑迪诺跟卡沃，哎，今天是钓不到了。哦，没味的。
Too slow.
Plenty of spare more left.
Quit following me.
看拿到人。
Too slow.
绕一圈。对，这一套我还没有抽出来。第一卷。好啦，今天差不多就到这了。我已经开始有点3D晕了，糟糕。那我们今天就到这啦，拜拜。